And you still have 7 minutes of open practice. 7 minutes of open practice. Okay, you have 2 minutes left of your open practice. 2 minutes left.
And I told her, I said, wears off. I got more. We'll put more on it. So we can get another year.
Okay, if you please hold up on your open practice and move to your starting pairs. Okay, players, we're going to start your 10 minutes of practice on your starting pairs. You have 10 minutes of practice on your starting pairs.
ladies, please hold up on your bracket.
Good morning, everybody. No, I am not singing the national anthem. How did you like my music choice that we're playing? If you come to my office, it's going like that all day. That's how we are. My name's Steve Johnson. I'm the Executive Director of the Bowling Proprietors Association of America. What does that mean? That's all the bowling centers. That's what it is. We're honored to have you here as our guest and to have your conference here and competing here. You're in a really special place. This is the home of the United States Bowling Congress, the BPAA, and the nicest and the most state-of-the-art training center there is in the world today. So on behalf of the bowling industry, I want to welcome you here, and it's truly an honor. You'll see me around this weekend. I want to come out. I heard you guys get kind of crazy when you're bowling, so I want to come out and witness that. So it's great having you here. I'm also going to show you something that's special. Anybody remember last year hearing anything about bowling's U.S. Women's Open at Cowboy Stadium? Right? It was pretty cool. We're going to go a step better this year. We are launching, actually next Tuesday, we're having a big press conference in Reno, Nevada, to show what's going to happen at this year's U.S. Women's Open. We did a really cool video, but I want you guys to see it first. I just got it back, so you're going to be the first people in the country to see this. You're seeing it before Leanne Hulsenberg, who happened to be the champion last year.
Sports history, the most powerful brand is the U.S. Open. In golf, in tennis, in bowling. The U.S. Open brings together the best of the best. The competition, the winning moment, the emotion. The U.S. Open means prestigious venues. In 2011, the largest attended bowling event in history took place at the famous Cowboy Stadium. Now, in 2012, the excitement travels to Reno, where the competition, the emotion, and the best athletes come together. First, hundreds of hopefuls descend on Reno's famous National Bowling Stadium. Then, Reno's Virginia Street will experience the atmosphere of a major sporting event with all the fanfare. With the hopes for bowling's first ever $1 million prize for bowling a perfect game in a championship match. June 27th, 2012, Reno, Nevada. Virginia Street and Reno's famous archway is transformed. Get ready, Reno, for bowling's biggest sporting event. Bowling's U.S. Women's Open, presented by the brands of Ebonite.
What do you think? Whoever says there's no future for women's bowling, tell them to take a hike. That's the nice way of saying it. There's a huge future for women's bowling. We're happy to have you here. Have fun this weekend. Hopefully some of you get to compete and come out to the U.S. Women's Open in Reno in June. We'd love to have you. There's going to be young ladies from over 20 countries represented. The best of the best will be there. You guys should be there too. Have fun this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, ladies. Congratulations for making it to the 2012 SWAC Bowling Championship here at the International Training and Research Center. Give yourselves a big hand. In just a moment, we'll introduce our teams and lane assignments. But first, I want to announce our first team all-SWAC performers for 2012. From Alabama A&M University, Melanie DiCarlo. From Southern University, Shannon Pearson. From Alabama State University, Danielle Walker. From Prairie View A&M, Cynthia Feeney. And from Alabama A&M University, Adeline Pointer. Congratulations to the Freshman of the Year for 2012, Danielle Walker of Alabama State University. And your Bowler of the Year from Alabama A&M University is Melanie DiCarlo. Coach of the Year led his team to a second place finish in the Eastern Division from Alabama State University, Andrew Chapman. Congratulations, Coach. And now our lane assignments to start the day. On lanes 3 and 4, Alabama A&M University. Come on out, ladies. And Texas Southern University. On lanes 7 and 8, Alabama State University and Southern University. And on lanes 11 and 12, Jackson State University and Prairie View A&M University. In one moment, we'll have our competition get underway, but first, we ask that you please stand. Gentlemen, kindly remove your caps as we honor our country with the playing of the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we marched were so gallantly streamed. And the rugged red land, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the
Thank you, everyone. Ladies, good luck and good bowling. Fans would like to mention that our reigning champion, Southern University, is on lane 7 and 8. Also, we'd like to mention that after each round, the scores will be posted on the screens above the lanes. And after today's competition, which will determine our seedings for the double elimination Baker rounds, that will also be posted up on the screens following today's competition. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Bowl TV and our broadcast of the Southwestern Athletic Conference Championship Tournament from the International Training and Research Center here in Arlington, Texas. I'm Lucas Wiseman, and we are just underway with the first of 5 games in this event. The 5 games today will determine the seeding for tomorrow's bracket play. And our featured pair, lanes 7 and 8, Southern and Alabama State, will be on this pair for game number 1. Just in the first frame here, Southern on the right lane in the blue and Alabama State in the black jerseys on the left lane. So take a look at the top camera view from here at the ITRC. For 7 leave for Alabama State's Deshia Hill. And good afternoon to everybody who is watching in our chat. Again, this is the Southwestern Athletic Conference Championship. This is the opening day. Got 5 games of competition for you today, and that'll seed the teams into their bracket for tomorrow's competition. And tomorrow we'll have 5 rounds of bracket play, double elimination bracket play. And the 2 teams that are left will bowl on national television. And that's going to be taped on Sunday here at the ITRC and broadcast on ESPNU March 10th at 9:30 p.m. Central Time. So ESPNU coming up on March 10th at 9:30 p.m. Central Time. You'll be able to watch the championship round of this event. And since it's on ESPNU, we won't be able to live stream it for you, but we will take you all the way up until they get to those final 2 teams tomorrow. Players for Alabama State. Alabama State with a record of 18-10, 9-3 in the SWAC. Deshia Hill, Jessica Ledbetter, Tanisha Pugsley, Danielle Walker, and Brianna Wells. For Southern, they are 14-14 this season, 4-8 in the SWAC. And their players, that's Texas Southern. Southern is on our pair right now, 17-11, 8-4 in the SWAC. Kayleen Adams, Tatiana Francis, Adriana Goulery, Brandy LeBlanc, Kate McConnell, Ashley Neighbors, and Shannon Pearson make up their lineup, or their roster for this weekend's tournament. Head coach for Southern is Karen Cuvion. Southern happens to be located in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the same location as the USBC Open Championships this year. Just got back from Baton Rouge myself a couple of days ago, and great venue there. If you are in the Baton Rouge area or planning to go bowl the Open Championships, it's a great looking venue for this year's championship. More information at bowl.com/tournaments on the USBC Open. I do expect to have a couple special guests on the broadcast today. Team USA head coach Rod Ross has agreed to come and join us a little bit later on, as well as assistant Team USA coach Brian O'Keefe. He'll be stopping by to talk about the bowling combine in just a little while. So we're looking forward to having those two gentlemen on the broadcast this afternoon. This is the second NCAA tournament we've had in recent weeks here at the ITRC. Had the Prairie View A&M Invitational just a couple of weeks ago, right here live on Bowl TV. Now a couple of the teams that competed in that event are back with us this weekend. And we do have more NCAA bowling coverage coming up for you on Bowl TV. The 16th, 17th, and 18th of March, so just a couple of weeks away, the Music City Classic going to be live here on Bowl TV. And that'll be in Nashville, Tennessee. We'll have that broadcast for you starting on March 16th at noon Eastern Time. As we take a look at Alabama State wrapping up frame number 2. Give you a look at the scoreboard as we are wrapping up frame 2. Alabama State on the left lane and Southern on the right lane. Oh, look at this. Does not go down. Almost makes the washout the hard way, but it's an open frame for Alabama State. Again, today's 5 games of competition will seed the teams for tomorrow's bracket. There are 6 teams in the field here this weekend. Jackson State, Prairie View A&M, Southern, Alabama State, Texas Southern, and Alabama A&M. Alabama A&M comes into this SWAC championship having knocked down the most pins in the conference at 25,409. Prairie View second at 24,981, and Southern third at 23,967. The high game this season in SWAC competition is by Prairie View, 1038. So plus 38, the high game in the conference this season for 5-player team. Prairie View also with the number 2 high game at 978, and Alabama A&M third in that stat at 972. As for high average in the conference, Alabama A&M leads with 181.5. It's high team average. Prairie View at 178.4 and Southern at 171.2. A question in our chat about what the oil pattern is. It is NCAA pattern number 4, 40 feet in length, 22 milliliters of oil. And it is a USBC Sport Bowling compliant pattern, which means it has a ratio of under 3-to-1. So challenging lane condition out here this afternoon for these competitors. I want to welcome on to the broadcast BPAA Executive Director Steve Johnson. Steve.
Hey,
good
thanks
afternoon.
for having me.
Yeah, no problem. How are you doing today?
Doing great. This is fun, huh?
Yeah, we've got a lot of great bowlers out here, and always nice to see the NCAA bowlers come in and bowl here at the ITRC. The second time we've had NCAA tournament in the past couple of weeks. So
Pete Weber wouldn't like this. There's too much noise.
That's right.
A lot of cheering.
Steve brought his jokes with him today to the broadcast. Look at that. Well, you did a nice presentation before the event started about the U.S. Women's Open coming up this summer. Tell us a little bit about the excitement you guys have building for that event.
You know, it is exciting. And last year, you know, we set the bar pretty high when we had the U.S. Women's Open in Cowboy Stadium. And so how do you top that? You know, you don't go to another stadium. This year we're going to be taking it to the streets under the arch in Reno, Nevada, bowling outside. So it's going to be spectacular when you put it on the same level that you would put any major event when you have the jets flying over at the as I always say, pre-race because I came out of the racing industry, but pre-event, you try to have the MetLife blimp there flying around. You've got parachutists coming in. I mean, it's going to be a spectacle, and it deserves it. It's the best women bowlers from all over the world coming in to compete for possibly $1 million if one of them throws a perfect game in the championship match.
Yeah, now last year at the Cowboys Stadium finals, we set a record for the number of people who watched a bowling event live. I would guess that we're probably never going to see that record broken, at least not anytime soon. I don't think you're going to fit 8 or 9,000 people in Reno, are you?
No, we're not, and that's not the goal. When at Cowboy Stadium, you have the opportunity to do it, so we did that. So this time we're not looking to set any records like that, but I'd sure like to see the largest crowd, from a competitive standpoint, stand out. And we're also going to have the U.S. Senior Women's Open, which we've never done before. So it's just going to be an exciting week in Reno, Nevada, and of course they will all qualify at the National Bowling Stadium, which is a special place in itself. So it's going to be a great event, and you can imagine bowling at night out there with all the lights under the arch where it says the biggest little city in the world. That's going to be quite a show. And if I remember right from the video that we saw before we got started, there's an opportunity for one of the bowlers potentially to win $1 million in this tournament. Yeah, I'd love to see it. And when you say all they have to do is bowl a perfect game in the championship match, but they can do it because I've seen them. They threw 18 perfect games last year in qualifying. But I think the pressure of Cowboy Stadium took over because I think they both on the first frame left 9 pins sitting there. So. Yeah, that's a daunting task with all the cameras and the lights and the people watching, and especially this year with the giant arch over the top of the lanes, and that's gonna be crazy. It's not conditions anybody's used to bowling in. There's going to be reflections. There's going to be people talking. There's going to be people moving. There could be wind. Who knows? But it's fair, and so the 5 women that make the show will all have the same chance to win it. And it's great for women's bowling. It's great for bowling in general. And for those people that say there's no future for women's bowling, the heck with them. There is a great future. So we just have to, as an industry, we've got to promote it. We've got to get it out there and show the world that women's bowling is here to stay. There's a couple of great events for women. We've got the U.S. Women's Open, of course, which we're talking about. Also, the USBC Queens will be April, the finals right here at the ITRC. So that's another great event for women as well. Bowl.com/tournaments for info on the Queens. For the U.S. Women's Open, people can find entry information on. I think they just go to U.S. Open or U.S. Women's Open. Bowling's U.S. Women's Open? Or just go to bpaa.com and there'll be a link on that. But yeah, it's going to be real exciting, and we're going to continue to raise the bar. And believe it or not, I'm working on a huge event for 2013. Wow, so look at you at the tees. So yeah, it's going to be big, and you know what? Our sport deserves it. It's the #1 participant sport there is out there, and bowlers are the most loyal people there are. But for some reason, over the last 20+ years, it seems to have taken a back seat from a PR standpoint to all the folks in racing and football and all the other sports. But it's up to us as an industry to bring it back, and that's what we're trying to do. We're joined by Steve Johnson, the Executive Director of BPAA. And Steve, for those out there who may not be familiar with BPAA, how about just a brief synopsis of what you guys do and what the role of BPAA is in the bowling industry? There's 5,000 bowling centers in the United States, and most of them are independent centers. So they need a voice, and the BPA really is the association that they all belong to. And we provide them with training, we provide them with education, we provide them with group purchasing type programs to negotiate for them, insurances, music licensing, web services. So we provide all kinds of business services to the bowling centers out there in the United States, and they join, right? They're members of our organization, and then we get to speak as one unit instead of having 5,000 independent voices out there speaking. And
another big event that you guys hold annually is Bowl Expo, and that's going to be the same time as the U.S. Women's Open. Tell us a little bit about that event.
Yeah, Bowl Expo is really cool. I mean, it's the showcase of the bowling industry, and it's the only time of the year that the bowling industry comes together, and it's the annual trade show. So there'll be 250 or 300 exhibitors there that set up in I believe about 200,000 square feet of space, and it's where you see all the products that bowlers and bowling centers need, and then that people that attend this are all the bowling proprietors. So they come in, and we have 2 days of education and training, and we have entertainment for them, and it's just the big annual bowling convention, and that this year will be in Reno, Nevada. Just happens to coincide with the U.S. Women's Open. So it's a great event, and it's really the BPA organizes it. We put it on, but it's the bowling industry's event. We're just the ones that facilitate it.
And combining the U.S. Women's Open with the Bowl Expo really presents a nice opportunity for you guys to build a nice crowd for the ESPN2 show. I assume it's going to be on ESPN2.
Yeah, it's going to be on ESPN2 on July 3rd. I think at 8 p.m. East Coast time is when it's going to air for 90 minutes. So, yeah, these are people that love bowling that come out. So you have, you get a lot of folks watching and a lot of emotion, and it's pretty exciting. So, yeah, if you remember last year, it was exciting there in the stadium with the Cowboys cheerleaders, and the women showed up in police escort limousines, and it was a great experience for them. And this year we're going to top it because one of our themes this year at Bowl Expo is the Salute to Heroes. So we've got, from a keynote speaker standpoint, we've got Commander Mark Kelly, who flew the last shuttle mission. He actually flew a total of 4 shuttle missions. He's a combat war veteran from a pilot, but he's also the husband of Gabrielle Giffords, who's the congresswoman that was shot in Arizona. So we're hoping she's able to come as well. And we've got a number of other special speakers that are going to be there. There'll be a lot of military people and wounded warriors, and it should be a real kind of a heart-tugging type Bowl Expo, and most of all, make you feel proud to be an American. That's for sure.
Steve Johnson from BPAA, thanks for stopping in for a few minutes. Don't want to keep you too long. You're welcome to stay if you like.
So what are you going to do the rest of the afternoon?
Well, we're going to have Brian O'Keefe come on and talk about the bowling combine for a little while.
Good. Sure, yeah.
He'll be in after this game, and then Rod Ross will be coming on, the head coach of Team USA and the head coach here at the training center, to talk about what they offer here at the ITRC and all the events and college teams they've had here. They've been pretty busy down here. I know every time I come down here, there's people getting a lesson, hanging out, bowl on the Open Championships pattern. And sometimes I see you down here practicing some games.
Man, I need lessons. I watch these girls bowl. I need lessons bad. I'm horrible.
You're getting better, though.
I'm getting better, but I'm still horrible. We went and bowled in Baton Rouge, and I did terrible.
They're pretty tough lane conditions out there. I just got done bowling this past weekend and found them pretty challenging.
Anything's challenging for me. But this one seemed extremely tough.
Yeah, it was much tougher than what we face. We bowl. Steve and I both bowl league here at the ITRC, and the conditions in Baton Rouge much tougher than our league shot every week for sure.
Yeah, but you know what? It was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
Oh, for sure.
It was a great location, and
great venue.
The venue was fantastic, and great restaurants. There's a lot more to it than just competitive bowling.
Absolutely.
It's really a happening, and for those that don't take part in it, you really need to. If you're a bowler, it's the place to go, and it's just unbelievable how many people. What will they have out there? 80,000 people or something?
Yeah, I think about 12,000 5-player teams will be competing. So that's 60,000 bowlers plus their fans and family members coming out to watch.
That's a lot of people.
That's right, and my job for our team, I'm in charge of food, so I have to pick where we go to eat, and
it's important.
That's an easy job in Baton Rouge. Many great places.
I'm in charge of the drinking and providing the drinks, which is also very easy to do in Baton Rouge. So
which can get expensive, however.
It can get expensive, but I don't think there's anywhere you can't go and not drink in Baton Rouge.
That's true.
Even in the grocery stores, they walk around drinking. So they like to partake, but it is quite a party out there and a lot of fun. So this is neat. This is my first college event to witness.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of cheering that goes on and a lot of excitement with this format. It'll be even more exciting tomorrow when they get into the Baker bracket competition, where it's head-to-head matches to advance and stay alive for your conference championship. And of course, the finals of this event on Sunday are going to be recorded and taped for broadcast on ESPNU on March 10th at 9:30 Central Time. So that's a big carrot at the end of the tournament here for these teams to get on national television.
Well, it's so much different. I go to all these PBA events, and I happen to be sitting next to Pete Weber's wife this last weekend. And, it's after watching Pete and listening to him yelling at some people in the stands, his wife was talking to me. I finally told her, stop talking to me. I don't want him to throw something at me. It was intense, but here it's just as intense, but you can tell these teams, these ladies are having fun out here.
Yeah, so you were at the finals of the U.S. Open over the weekend and got to see Pete Weber with his "Who do you think you are? I am." And,
that was on David Letterman last night.
I saw that.
It was
on
Chelsea lately or Chelsea Handler, and it's been on ESPN. So, some people say any press is good press, and you know what? Hey, he's a 5-time champion of the U.S. Open, so there's nobody else that can say that. The guy is one heck of a bowler, and he deserves a lot of credit for what he's accomplished. That's for sure.
Yeah, and a lot of people may not realize that the U.S. Open is actually a BPAA event, the men's U.S. Open. The women's U.S. Open we know you guys run, but the PBA conducts the U.S. Open on the guys' side, but it's actually still your event.
It is our event, and there's the USBC used to put on the women's U.S. Open as well, but we took that over when the USBC said we're not going to do it anymore. And that was last year. But the men's side of it, it was a nice location at Carolier, and very competitive, and a lot of bowling. What do they bowl, 80 games or something?
They bowl a lot of games in that tournament, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough.
So you got to watch Pete Weber during his win, and did he seem distracted by some stuff that was going on? You were kind of behind the scenes. Give us the take.
I was standing right behind him. I didn't see anything going on, but I wasn't really looking for it. But I was afraid to move because I didn't want him yelling at me, so I didn't want to turn my head looking that way. But there was nothing that jumped out at me. I didn't hear anybody saying anything. It seemed pretty calm. But, the guy's a competitor, and maybe somebody was moving and it did distract him. And, I noticed it didn't distract Mike Fagan or Belmonte or Frazier. So I'll tell you, Belmonte was classy as could be. After he lost, he took the balls that he had, he signed them and gave them to some little kids that were in the audience. And that was pretty cool. Pretty class act to do that. And he quickly became a crowd favorite for doing that, but he made a great experience for some of those kids that'll talk about it forever, and they've got that bowling ball sitting right now on their dresser at home, and the more of that stuff that we can do as an industry and as a sport, the better we will be.
Yeah, Jason Belmonte always great about doing stuff like that. In fact, he was our guest on live streaming for an event, and just out of the blue decided he was going to give away a bowling ball to a lucky viewer, and people love that stuff. They like a little goodwill coming from the top pros.
He gets it, and he's good. They're all good for the sport, but he's exceptional, and it's fun having him come over here and compete, and he's got a lot of personality, and the crowd seems to love him. So it's fun. It's fun to have people that you can root for, and it's fun to have people you can root against, and that's what sports are all about. So. Tell you, when I was running the IndyCar series, boy, I had some people that they liked rooting against and root for. I mean, that's racing. And, no reason they can't do that here in bowling.
It's kind of like you hate to compare it to professional wrestling, but you have to have your heroes and your heels. You got to have folks that people can cheer for and against, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Well, the only difference, though, in wrestling, it's staged. I mean,
wrestling, exactly.
I can remember one time when I was running the National Hot Rod Association, the drag racing, and this was, I guess, 10 years ago maybe, and we were opening the new drag strip in Bristol, Tennessee. So I called Vince McMahon, who was the CEO of the World Wrestling Federation, and said, Vince, could you send some wrestlers to the event this summer? We want to do a promotion, and they were a sponsor of ours. They had the Stone Cold Steve Austin car. And he goes, well, I'm going to send the Hardy Boys. And I said, well, Vince, can't you send somebody that we know? He goes, oh, don't worry, they'll be the tag team champions by the time June comes around. And, of course, they were, and everybody knew them. So, that's one thing we do not do in this sport is fix an outcome. So, but, it's fun. It's entertaining. And, we'd love to have as many people watching bowling on TV that watch wrestling. I'll tell you that.
That's for sure.
They get phenomenal ratings.
Watching our live coverage of the SWAC Championship here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman here along with Steve Johnson, BPAA Executive Director.
So who are you rooting for, Lucas?
In this tournament?
Yeah.
I'm not terribly familiar with a lot of the teams, unfortunately. Don't get to do a lot of SWAC bowling on a regular basis, but I think that Alabama A&M probably the favorite. They've got the Player of the Year, Melanie DiCarlo, and also a past junior Team USA member, Adeline Pointer, on that team. So
Melanie bowled in the U.S. Women's Open last year.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of the bowlers in this field who bowled in the U.S. Women's Open, and I'm sure you'd like to see more of them bowl this coming year. Yeah.
See them all out there. So where is Texas Southern? Where's that? Where are they? You know?
It's a good question. It's not on my sheet.
I thought you had all the facts.
Usually I just make up the facts if I don't.
I don't just make up a city. It's Abilene. Who knows?
I know it's not in Abilene.
Okay.
But
Corpus Christi.
let's see here.
Laredo. I don't know. Pick someplace.
Houston.
It's in
Houston.
Houston.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that's not much of a drive for them.
No, and Southern is in Baton Rouge. They're right here on our featured pair in the blue jerseys.
Oh.
They're just right by the airport there in
Yeah.
Baton Rouge, just to the north of of downtown district. Again, 5 games of competition today, and then they will be seeding the teams for the bracket play tomorrow. Steve, you going to come out and watch any of it tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to. I've been gone the last, I think, 3 weekends, and there's that honeydew thing that I have at home that I've got to partake in. But I know I'll be out here Sunday.
Oh, okay, for the show.
For it. Yeah, trust me, I'd much rather be here than shopping or whatever I'm going to get stuck doing. But whatever my wife wants me to do, I'm there.
Well, you should bring her along for the show on Sunday.
I probably will.
Yeah, should be interesting.
She and I, her first, she's not a bowler and really never bowled, but when we went to see the U.S. Women's Open for the first time before I even realized we owned it, and it was out at, I think, Cowtown where the qualifying was going on, and I told her, we have to go to the U.S. Women's Open qualifying, not knowing what to expect. I said, we'll only stay an hour. We stayed 6 hours, and we just got caught up in the emotion and the competitiveness of those women that were bowling. And they're great athletes. In that house, there were, 100 bowlers?
Yeah.
So that's what happened. 2 years ago, there were 100 competitors for the Women's Open. Last year, there were 300. So this year, I always am an optimist and try to raise the bar, but, why can't we have 400?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, we could. All I got to do is show up. We got special rates at, like, Circus for $49 a night for the ladies, which is, that's a good price.
Yeah, especially if you share the room with somebody and cut the cost in half,
Yeah. I'll share it with you.
Well, I'll be out there for the U.S. Women's Open. We're going to be live streaming again this year. That's the plan.
It's going to be great. I'm excited. I just can't wait to see the look on people's faces on the pregame when the national anthem goes and F-18 jet fighters fly over the bowling lanes.
I can't remember another bowling event that's had that.
It's never happened.
Yeah.
And then at the end, we're going to light up the sky with fireworks. So
awesome.
You're going to think it's the 4th of July. It's, my goal is to make this the best experience I can for the women that come out and compete in it, but also showcase our sport and let people realize that, we're as good as baseball and basketball and football or any of these other sports. And we should be held to that same standard that they are and show them. So, I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, it should be a great event, and we're looking forward to broadcasting the qualifying and round robin leading up to the TV show here on Bull TV. And so, of course, we always take you up until the point where the experts come in and provide the coverage. I would guess that the same broadcast team as last year. So you guys, have you guys announced that yet?
Yeah, we did. So it's the same team as last year, but I don't know what talent they'll have. So I don't know who the announcers.
Oh, you don't know the
I have
announcers
not done
yet.
that part
Okay,
yet.
gotcha.
But it's the same production crew. So it should be. I'm excited about it, and I wanted, since it's a salute to heroes, I wanted to bring our 5 ladies in, fly them in on Black Hawk helicopters, but they can't do that.
No.
They're not allowed to.
Insurance problems, maybe. Liability issues.
Who knows? But people just don't get it. So they said, no, we can't do that. But we'll find out. We'll find another way. Maybe.
Yeah, you should have them parachute in.
How about that? Then I got to question myself if I have our women coming in on parachutes. But maybe a Humvees, maybe something like that to bring them in, and we'll try to line up a really neat singer for the national anthem. I've talked to Pepsi about having, is it Melanie Amaro, who won the X Factor, I believe. Yeah. So I'm seeing if she's available. And it just, what? We're just going to continue to raise the bar for this sport. And it's a responsibility that we all have to make this better.
And there are a lot of women out there who certainly appreciate the time, effort, and more importantly, the money that you guys put into that event, because they deserve it. They don't have much to bowl anymore.
Well, we are blessed with some great partners and sponsors. And, Ebonite International, the brand's Ebonite, stepped up as a major sponsor for that and is funding a lot of it. Jana King, who's a big, national cleaning company, stepped up in a big way as well. And this year we're going to be announcing a major partnership with a big brand, Lipton. But I can't tell you that it's Lipton yet because the press release comes out in about a week.
Okay.
But they've signed on it.
We won't tell anybody.
No, don't tell him. But that's a great brand as well. And then Bowling Music Network, Dexter, Turbo. And now I know I'm going to leave somebody out, which
USBC, of course, will be helping you guys out.
So yeah, there's a lot. It's really there's a lot of partners involved in this that realize it's the right thing to do for our industry and for our athletes.
Watching our live coverage of the SWAC Championship here at the ITRC. Scoreboard look for you. The left lane, that's Alabama State. The right scoreboard is Southern, as we've got just 2 frames to go here in game number 1.
Anybody standing out? Anybody knocking it down?
Well, the anchor bowler for Alabama State has gone spare, and then 6 strikes in a row.
Oh.
So a nice a game going for her.
I've never done 6 strikes in a row.
No?
No.
How many strikes is your most?
I think 5.
Pretty good, though. What's your highest game?
231.
Okay, pretty good.
But I'm averaging.
That's not with handicap, right?
No.
Okay, good.
No. Thank you. But no. I'm averaging now here because this is the only place I bowl, and we have pretty. I don't know what type of pattern we bowl on.
It's like a modified house shot, so it's not the easiest you can bowl on, but it's not the hardest.
So, but I'm averaging now at about 170.
Wow, look at you.
So
Pretty
that's
good.
pretty good.
That's
Hey,
really
I just
good,
started last year.
Yeah, you've been improving a lot.
Well, remember, I was happy to get triple digits last year. Oh, that's good.
And you bowl with USBC Executive Director Stu Upson.
He's horrible.
Yeah, he's struggling a bit, but he's gone to the 2-handed style.
Yeah, like I said, Stu's horrible. And he'll be the first to tell you. So, when we bowled out in Baton Rouge, my goal is always it's beat Stu. And so
you have very low expectations.
Right. I have low expectations of myself when it comes to bowling. I'm a realist, but I also have not been beaten by Stu yet in all the times we've bowled. So I put on a game face when he and I are bowling.
Yeah, Stu likes to he likes to come out here and bowl once a week, but he also I think is pretty realistic about his abilities.
He's a pretty good golfer, but my goodness, he's horrible.
Well, he tried to do with just the regular one-handed, and that wasn't working so well for him.
Yeah,
so now he's gone to
two-handed.
better
than two-handed.
And has his average gone down a bit?
Well, and I tell you, I think he shot in team. Now, it's not nice to talk about Stu, but he's not here, so I'm happy to do it.
Hopefully he's not watching.
He's not. He's actually, I think he's in Europe, actually.
Oh, okay.
right now, so he isn't watching. And he's a friend of mine, so I can, so I like
Can
Stu.
razz him a little
I
bit.
like Stu a lot. He's a good guy. He's good for the USBC. I think he shot like a 310.
Wow,
out there in
that's
team.
pretty bad.
That's pretty bad.
That's about a 103
I think
average.
I beat him by 150.
Wow, he had about a 450 or 460.
Something like that, yeah.
That's not bad for the Open Championships.
No, it just all it takes is one bad shot,
Yeah.
and then it kind of, for me, one bad shot usually followed up by like 5 more.
Yeah,
You know,
it's hard to get out of
It's
the.
hard to get it. Plus, when you're out there bowling that team event with 5 people, you can't get into a rhythm.
Yeah, it goes pretty slow.
Go slow.
And you're all, jacked up from the atmosphere with coming down the center aisle and the music playing and the arena setting, and it's hard to get comfortable and bowl well.
It's just I don't get that jacked up, quite frankly.
No?
It just takes forever. But I'll tell you, it is a lot of fun. I loved it.
Well, we were talking about the bowler for Alabama State with a 6-bagger. She's up now on this left lane right here. If you look at the monitor in front of you, you can see her there,
Oh, yeah.
Steve. She actually was the Rookie of the Year, I believe, this year in the SWAC.
That looks like my shot.
Yeah, doesn't get another one. It's Danielle Walker from Alabama State. She leaves a 3.610. She's going to be well over 200 here in this first game, though.
She's got a little. Look at her throat. Comes at it sideways a little bit.
Yeah, let's take a look at it here. She shoots the spare.
I think. If I'm looking at the right person.
Yeah, she's in the black shirt on lane number 7 right in front of you there. She's got her happy face spare ball. Yeah,
Well, and this
a little
one,
on the side of it, but
Yeah.
it's working pretty well for her. This is the lane condition today, for those of you wondering, they're watching out there, is NCAA pattern number 4, which probably doesn't mean a whole lot to you, but it's 40 feet long, 22 mils, and it's more importantly a USBC sport compliant pattern, so it's much tougher than what you bowl on in your regular league, and much tougher than what we bowl in our league here at the ITRC. So any game over 200 on this pattern I would consider to be very good, and she's already at 212 with a frame to go, so she could still bowl a 242 if she gets 3 strikes in the 10th frame.
Because I'm looking at some of the scores. There's some that aren't so great.
Yeah, there are some
Right.
bad scores, but there are some decent scores as
There's
well.
some good ones, yeah. I think it's it's a new center form.
Yep.
You get a little. They didn't have that much warm-up time, and little first game jitters.
Yeah, they've got, and to be honest, today it's 5 games and nobody gets cut, so it's really, you want to be one of the top 2 because you get a bye in the first round of the bracket. So it'd be one less match you'd have to bowl tomorrow morning, which they get to sleep in a little bit longer and not have to get up so early tomorrow morning. So that'd be a great incentive for me to bowl well today.
I hear you.
But outside of that, there's outside of being in the top 2, not a lot of incentive today because everybody will move on into the bracket tomorrow. This will just determine who bowls who.
What do
in
these
the
girls
opening
do
rounds.
for lunch?
There is no lunch.
I'm hungry.
Well, I was smart. On days like today, I stop at Subway and bring my sandwich in. Should have
right.
Subway as a sponsor,
Should have something here.
Yeah, and so I bring in my sandwich, and I'll take a break in a little bit here and go scarf down my lunch during a commercial break.
Foot long or 6 inch?
Just the 6-inch with
Oh.
double turkey, though.
Oh, I was
so.
just say because it's foot long, I'll take half.
I'll sell it to you for $20.
No, I hear you. It's
Okay.
not that good.
So 10th frame in progress here of our first game. Steve Johnson, the BPAA Executive Director and 170 average bowler, is joining us on the broadcast this game.
170.
Proud 170. What did you finish last season with? Do you remember?
About 156, I
Okay,
think.
so you've been up a mark. So it means you're making one more spare game, or getting an extra strike or so every game.
I'm not practicing. I just
Yeah.
come out. I make it about 2 out of 4 weeks because I'm traveling a lot.
Yeah.
And I don't practice in between. And
Sounds like me.
Yeah, I just need to. You and I bowl together against
Yeah.
each other. And you're a pretty good bowler.
I try, but I'm in the same boat. I travel so much that I don't have a lot of time to practice. And
Well, what are you carrying?
in this place, I'm only 190 this year.
Oh.
But in the other league that I bowl in, I'm about 217.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, I've been struggling a bit here for some reason. I can't quite figure out what's going on here while I'm bowling so bad. But
Because the lanes are a little sloped.
yeah,
that's-
exactly. Maybe it's that I'm intimidated by all the great talent that bowls in our league here,
Isn't
like
that the truth?
O'Keefe and Nation, and
So I had a great game for me. I bowled I think I carry 80 pins as handicap because it's a handicap league. So I bowled a 296.
with your handicap.
Yeah.
That's really good.
I got beat by a 335.
Who beat you?
No,
Do you remember?
I think it was Ben Bros.
Oh, okay. From up in our rules department.
Sandbagging Ben. We got a lot of sandbaggers here, don't we?
Well, we have a lot of handicap. That's the problem. It's
sandbaggers.
because the league our ITRC league is based on handicap of 250 average. So that's about the high 100% of 250 is the highest handicap I've ever seen in a league. So you always end up with people bowling 300 games.
Like I said, we have a lot of sandbaggers here.
Southern here in the 10th frame. Take a look at Alabama State on the right lane, wrapping up game one. They're going to do the standings after each game. There's only 6 teams, so it should be pretty quick in figuring out who's in the lead each game. So, Steve, you've been working here for BPAA for a couple of years now.
Yeah.
Do you have have you found yourself a favorite bowler yet? Do you have anybody who's your top player on the pros?
Oh, on the pros, I like. Let me put it this way: people that represent the sport the best from a sportsmanship and have a lot of fun. That's who I really root for. But we got a lot of good guys. I mean, you watch Norm Duke, right? He works the crowd great. He works the kids great. Belmonte, Sean Rash, if he's not yelling at other bowlers with their water bottles, is a fun guy to watch. He's got some emotion, and there's a lot of there's a lot of foreigners on the tour that I really don't know that well, and they seem a little bit more serious.
Oh yeah, they take it very seriously.
Yeah.
And with good reason. It's how these guys make their living.
Absolutely, absolutely. But there's a lot of good guys. Got to get Mike Fagan to show a little more emotion, one way or the other. He's kind of a machine with that big arm swing he's got, and a good guy. And,
having a great season too.
Oh, he's
won the Masters.
He's doing great, and we got to try to get him to have a little more fun, or at least look like he's having more fun. But I like him. I like them all. They're good. And then when you look at, from the women's side, we got some great women bowlers out there too. We're blessed here in this building. You got Carolyn Dorn Ballard, right? And you got Shannon O'Keefe and Stephanie Nation and
Tennille Milligan, Emily Mayer.
Got
got lots
going
of
and going. I mean, there's
April Ellis, Liz Brents. Just go on and on.
On any given day, any of them could win a major tournament.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah.
I think we got better women bowlers than we have men bowlers.
Oh, I would say for sure.
Yeah.
Not there's no doubt in my mind that we have better women bowlers, top tier women bowlers, than we have men bowlers in the building for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought Neil Stremble would be a better bowler. He bowls on my team.
He's just tall.
He is tall.
Well, my joke with Neil is, Neil used to work at a nuclear power plant back many years ago, and my joke is that when he started at the nuclear power plant, he was short and big like me. And he came out of that place tall and skinny. Kind of like the fish that come with 3 eyes out of the...
All right, so give us some scoops. Who, out of the people in this building, you see them that go out, who cheats?
I don't think there are any cheaters.
Come on. There's always cheaters.
Yeah. Maybe that Eric Kearney.
Eric Kearney cheats.
Yeah, he's a cheater.
I watch him bowl all the time. He just throws it hard. If you stop lifting weights, he throws the ball hard, right? Damages the equipment.
Well, Eric the other day in league, I saw him. Their team needed 7 pins to win, and Eric got exactly 7. He left a split and then he missed it in the 10th frame. I was like,
Yeah.
It's borderline cheating right there.
Yeah, he's a cheater.
I don't think it was intentional though.
No, there's no doubt he's a cheater. I can tell by looking at him. Kim's not.
No. She's not.
I want to see some dark circles under those eyes, Eric's, for that new baby they have at home. So I think he's sleeping well. Look at him. He looks refreshed.
He does.
Walking in.
Kim must be doing all the work.
It must be. I know with our boys, I every night I got up at 2:00 in the morning and I fed them, and then my wife would come in about 4 to check, and I'd be sound asleep, bowels on the floor, the kids sound asleep in my arms, and those are days, man. I love those days. Now I got a 20 and a 22-year-old, and my oldest is getting married the end of April. So
Wow.
it's amazing how quick life flies by.
And this game has flown by pretty quick. Game 1 is over for Southern. They had games of 165, 134, 167, 171, and 174 for 8-11. And for Alabama State, 187, 117, 172, 210. And Walker, the anchor bowler, with 230, so they shoot 9-16. So that's the end of our opening game here. Steve, we appreciate you sitting in. We're going to go to commercial break, and
great, thanks.
Hopefully you enjoy the TV show on
Absolutely.
Sunday.
Thanks for having me out.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
See
Steve
you.
Johnson.
As soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way, and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
Are you a VIP? Now, for the first time, the USBC Open Championships can hook you up big time.
What we tried to do with the VIP program was not only give the VIP that extra boost in the experience that he's going to receive, but he's going to sort of get thrown to the front of the line every time he comes up. Whether it's at registration, he'll be able to go immediately pie the registration lines to information, where he'll be shuttled back to a VIP room, serve some beverages, given an individualized check-in experience. From there, he will have an opportunity to get a private sort of behind-the-scenes tour, if you will, into what goes into the Open Championships, from build to the scoreboards, to some of the things that the regular bowlers never get to see.
It's a lot quicker, obviously. It just gives you more time to enjoy everything else and not have to know that you have to wait in line.
It doesn't end at check-in. Your VIP experience also gets you discounts at Bowling Ball Express and the USBC Sports Store. You get access to special VIP lockers, a photography package, tickets to attend TV shows at the Masters and Queens, a membership card, and a special VIP shirt that you can wear on the showcase lanes, where you'll enjoy a private lesson with USBC Silver Coach Bill Hall.
It's a good idea because you get to practice on the oil pattern that you're going to be playing on. Not only that, you'll get a little bit of assistance on how to play that oil pattern, with how to break it down, what to expect when it breaks down, and the equipment to use for your particular style of play.
The tips you gave me have made me to change my equipment to suit the lane condition. With this little bit of training, you will have a greater chance of getting a good score.
Trying to land the ball on a target. Think of a bow and arrow. Land it through it, not on it.
Bill was a very good coach. Showed me a lot of things that I really didn't think about before. So it actually, hopefully it's going to work out to my benefit.
It couldn't be easier to claim your VIP status. Go to bowl.com/VIP to get started. The staff here in Baton Rouge is excited to get you going.
You just can't wait to see the reactions on the guys' faces. I mean, that's what you really want to see. When the people come in here, everybody has a different sort of wow expression, or they've never done that before expression, and that's just big-time payback to all of us that have been involved in the process.
In 2012, the Women's Championships returns to the most prestigious venue in the sport, the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. Bowlers are headed back west in 2012, and they will find plenty of off-the-lanes fun in the city of Reno. Downtown Reno has a new sports and entertainment development next to the bowling stadium. If you bowl early in the year, enjoy some of the best skiing in the country. In the spring and summer, Lake Tahoe provides a breathtaking outdoor escape, and championship golf courses are just minutes away. The Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Bureau, Reno area hotels, and USBC Travel will be there to make sure your team's trip to Reno is a memorable one. And with an expected prize fund of more than $2 million, there's plenty of ways for you to cash in on the lanes. Visit the Women's Championships page of bowl.com and reserve your spot.
This
You're watching live coverage of the SWAC Championship here on Bowl TV. We are in the middle of game number 2 of 5 at the International Training and Research Center. Texas Southern and Alabama State on the featured pair this game. As we're in the 4th frame, just heading to a close here in the 4th. And as we showed you a couple of moments ago, this is the standings after game number 1. Alabama State in the lead at 9:16. Alabama A&M second with 9:02. Prairie View A&M third, 8:88. Texas Southern fourth, 8:27. Southern in 5th at 8:11. And Jackson State in 6th place at 8:05. And Brian O'Keefe joins us now, better known as the husband of Shannon O'Keefe. Brian, the assistant coach here for Team USA and for the ITRC. Good afternoon, Brian. How are you?
Very well, Lucas. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Just want to adjust the mic a little bit closer to your mouth so we can hear you a little better. Perfect. So, Brian, you guys have another big event coming up here in the training center a little bit later on this year, the Bowling Combine coming back for a second year. You want to talk a little bit about that for a minute?
Yeah, sure. We're obviously really excited. Last year it went over extremely well. The feedback was great from both the players and the coaches. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Combine, it's truly the first objective way to measure skill without having a coach say behind. Everybody's opinions can vary just a little bit from coach to coach and person to person. So this is truly an objective way to measure skill, not only from shot repeatability to shooting spares to release versatility to be able to changing speeds. There's just lots of things that we can measure and strictly have it be on an objective basis to where the scientific data isn't going to lie. It's strictly about the what that player can do.
And how many folks participated in the Combine last year, and how many do you expect coming up this year?
Yeah, last year we were full. We have a little smaller facility here, so we can't open it up to too many people. We had 72 individuals last year that participated, which was sold out. We actually had to turn some people away. And this year, so we're going to open it up a little bit. We're going to open up a few more days as well as open it up to individuals. So we're really excited about that.
And what was the feedback from some of the coaches and the bowlers last year after they got done taking part in the Bowling Combine?
Well, from the bowlers' point of view, I'm not sure if all of them were completely ready for the amount of work they're going to have to put in. From the time they got here in the morning to when they left, they're basically 12-hour days. And, the bowlers were about 6 hours apiece, and for us working it was about 12-hour days. So they were bowling pretty much nonstop the first day for 2.5, 3 straight hours of going through all the different stations that we had set up. You're spending 20 minutes at each station and then moving on to the next. So it's just one after the other, after the other, after the other. So from their point of view, I think it worked them a little bit harder than they might have been expecting. From the coach's point of view, like I said, it was a brand new way to really measure skill with it strictly being an objective view. We're not changing around any of the different disciplines that we're measuring. So, from year to year, we can compare, how everybody is doing against each other. So, like last year being the first year and the inaugural year, we can compare this year's crop of athletes to last year's and see where they fit in all the different disciplines that we're measuring.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you can also compare them to some of the Team USA members as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. This isn't just open to the players that we're bringing in, the high school level athlete or, anybody with college eligibility that's interested at going back to college and participating in, club athletics or whether it be on the NCAA side. So, yeah, we've done it with our Team USA players. So, we can go and we can look at some guy from some high school player from, let's say, Bismarck, North Dakota, and compare what they did to Chris Barnes or Bill O'Neill in each of the different areas. So it's really exciting because, those players can really start to look at, what are the areas they need improvement in. Lots of times I think players kind of get stuck not knowing what they need to get better at and work on things that they might already be pretty proficient at doing, and sort of struggle to grasp the need to get better in specific areas. Well, this will pretty much show you where they need to get better and what areas they're already pretty good at in comparatively to the other players in their age bracket or what have you.
Watching the SWAC championship here at the ITRC. We're in the middle of game 2, and Brian O'Keefe is our guest talking about the bowling combine. And last year I think we had some players who were able to successfully get on into college programs.
Yeah,
directly result of them taking part in the combine, right?
Yeah, there was quite a few. Like I said, we had great feedback from both sides, both the players and the coaches, and we had some people making up their minds pretty much within a week or so where they wanted to go to school, and then throughout the year, this year, we've seen names popping up of where they're going to school, and they had their initial talks here with the college coaches after the combine was completely finished to discuss and learn more about their programs and see if it was a fit for both the player and the coach themselves.
And I know that the sign-ups aren't quite ready. You can't quite register yet, but where will people be able to find that information when it's available?
Yeah, we're working on getting that all settled. We're going to have an online registration this year as opposed to sending them in with handwritten stuff. Sometimes the emails can get a little bit complicated with somebody's handwriting and just not knowing what exactly it is. So we're having an online registration. We're going to be able to type in all the fields, and that's going to be at bowlingitrc.com. And like Lucas said, we're in the midst of getting that up and ready to go. I'm sure there will be plenty of information about it on bowl.com and also on our site, bowlingitrc.com.
And what are the dates for the combine? Did you mention that? It's coming up in August, right?
Yeah, it's going to be August 7th through the 11th.
But you don't have to be here for every single day of that, right?
No, yeah. The players, because we are going to make it grow and we're going to try and get as many people in here as possible, we had to open it up more days, but yet the players themselves will only need to be here for probably 3 of the days, 3 out of the 5 days. And when it gets a little bit closer, the scheduling of it gets a little bit hectic on our end because we don't know exactly how many people we're going to be getting into the combine and how many people we're going to have, so it gets a little bit hectic in trying to put people on certain squads. But yeah, the initial view looks like it's going to be the players are going to be here for 3 days out of the 5, training on each day that they're here.
Brian, have you been through the process of getting your PET score?
I have not. I think overall I've probably done it in different parts, but I haven't put together all the disciplines together to really see. I know I spent time in the gym with Nick Bohannon and went through all the different disciplines that Nick measures in there to measure overall athleticism, whether it be the vertical jump or the broad jump or the balance test. But like I said, we haven't put them all together for myself. I don't know how I would do with that, but
I think overall athleticism, I might rank in negative numbers. I'm not sure. I don't know how that works, but
yeah, I'm not sure there's negative numbers. But I've seen you move around, Lucas. You're pretty athletic.
I can move around a little bit.
That's right.
I'm not nearly as athletic as your wife, though.
Yeah,
she's been doing the CrossFit thing and getting ripped again. Look at her. She's always been pretty ripped, but she was just showing off her muscles a little while ago, and.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
She likes to flex the guns every so often. Yeah, she comes home after going to that CrossFit, and she tells me about all the stuff she's doing and how crazy it sounds. I like to think of myself as more of like a gerbil, to where I can work out and I'm fine if I'm chasing something. The gerbil on the wheel that just kind of spins around. If you put a soccer ball in front of me or a volleyball on the court or a basketball, I have no problem running around for a couple hours, but when it's just me and a poor treadmill or something like that, I really struggle to be able to make that work.
Joined by Brian O'Keefe, who's assistant coach for Team USA, and also, what's your facility manager here at the ITRC? Is an appropriate title. And we've got another big group of college teams in here this weekend with the SWAC tournament. A couple of weeks ago, we had the Prairie View A&M tournament here at the ITRC. Any other big things coming up here at the ITRC?
Yeah, we have another international team coming in a couple weeks. We have the Team USA Fantasy Camp in a couple weeks as well, to where that was on bowl.com, all the sport bowling members that got to put in their applications, and I think it was based off a series, right? If you bowled a specific
I think it was a
series.
200 game. If you bowled a 200 game, you got to become eligible.
Yeah.
So we have 6 folks coming in for that.
Yeah, so that's going to be really exciting. The last day of that, we have a couple of our Team USA players coming in to kind of go through, have like a little tournament with them, and so that'll be really fun for those people to put them through the same things that we do for Team USA, where we kind of collect the data and then we go through to see the areas that they could use improvement and work on all the stuff that can hopefully take them to the next level. So yeah, we have a lot of things coming up, let alone trying to schedule the combine and really try and put the finishing touches on getting that thing out and ready to go so it can be as successful as it was in our inaugural year.
I think there's a pretty good chance that you'll have a lot of people. I wouldn't be surprised if there'll be a sellout crowd again for the bowling combine.
Yeah, we hope so. I mean, the main purpose of running it is, I happen to be, I'm a really big NFL fan, and it just so happens that the NFL Combine was last year. And, 3 or 4 years ago, I was watching the NFL Combine and thinking, man, couldn't we do something like this in bowling? And, it took a little while to get the plan in motion, I guess you could say, but finally at the beginning of last year, we're like, we got to put this out and, come up with the different areas that we feel are, the most effective, that are leading to success, and really measure those skills and then keep track of them. Because, they talk about it every year in the Combine that Deion Sanders ran a 4.21 40-yard dash, and he's the fastest ever to do that. They can check that from year to year to year. So ideally with this bowling combine, we're going to have the same thing. So, the inaugural year of 2011, you can compare those statistics to, let's say, 2022, 2023, and really see where, the players are getting better, if they're getting more proficient at all the different skills that we measure, not only on the lanes, but also, like I mentioned, with in the gym with Nick Bohannon, measuring overall athleticism. And then finally, the last piece and bit of information, which is the IT factor test, which really, put together the overall knowledge of bowling and, how to, if they know how to make adjustments and just overall knowledge of, the game itself.
One of these days, I want to go through this process so I can see where I rank.
Yeah,
I think it'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, we tried to get you through there last year. It just didn't work out.
Fit
the
in my
timing.
schedule. Yeah,
Mr.
One of these days.
Mr. I Travel and
I know.
International superstar Lucas Wiseman. It just didn't quite fit in your schedule.
No, not quite as many international trips this year, so maybe I'll have a chance to do it. What in that whole process that the bowling combine participants go through, what do you think is the most challenging part for them? What's the part where most people struggle?
Well, I think the most people worry about the gym. Bowling has that stigma of, not necessarily being the most physically fit sport, but we're seeing that, definitely change over time where, the best players on tour are not only great athletes, but they're in shape. To be able to go through, 3-day bowling tournaments where you're on your feet bowling for, 7, 8, 10 hours a day, you have to be ready for that. And to think that if you're not ready for it, your scores are going to suffer. So I think from the athlete's perspective, they always tend to get a little nervous over the gym time and the gym work. But I know going through the bowling aspect of it, you're throwing a lot of shots in that 2.5-hour time frame that we have you on the lanes for. And that's just day one. Day two, we then mix in everything in terms of taking the test and the IT factor test, and then time in the gym and also more time on the lanes. But I think, so if I had to really come up with a definite conclusion, I would say the gym is where probably most people at least worry the most.
And so you give the players a score based on this process. Who has scored the best out of? I would guess it's like a Chris Barnes or somebody who's probably at the top, something like that.
Yeah, the Team USA players, both men and women, are obviously at the higher total. The max PET score is 300.
Okay.
We wanted to base it off of that. It's a score that most people are familiar with.
Yeah.
And the best players in the world, the Chris Barnes, the Walter Ray Williams, Bill O'Neill, Tommy Jones, Carolyn Doran Ballard, Shannon O'Keefe, those type of players. The men tend to be right in the 220 to 230, so it's kind of almost like an average.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's kind of how we based it off. And it just so happened that the number values sort of came out pretty close to what an average would be for a top-tier elite bowler.
And do you remember off the top of your head what the highest score was from last year's combine?
I think it was right around 200.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I believe Sean Sadat from the Houston area was he had the highest total score out of the boys, and I believe that was right around 200, maybe a little bit less, maybe in the high 190s. That's a little bit of a guess, but my memory is usually pretty good with stuff like that, so I don't think I'm too far off with that number.
And if you're a college coach, what does that number tell you?
Well, when you can compare it, not only, different coaches may recruit different ways. Some coaches may want to have somebody who's already, physically in a good spot with their bowling game. So if their numbers are high in physical game, that's going to be generally somebody they're going to want to recruit. Or vice versa, if that coach tends to be a really good physical game sort of teacher or coach, and they feel really adept at making players a lot better physically, well, they might look at more of the overall athleticism and say, well, this person's obviously athletic. They're in touch with how their body moves, and they're going to be able to pick up the game a little bit faster than somebody who's not quite athletic. So, they may recruit a player like that and kind of mold them into the player they want to be. So, I think the coaches, it depends. The overall score is obviously the whole combined 3 portions of the test that we have, whether it be the it factor, the overall athleticism, or the on-lane sport specific. But I think each coach looks at each part individually and really can recruit, how they want based on their coaching philosophy.
Again, the bowling combine coming up in August here at the International Training and Research Center, and registration will be available probably, I would guess, sometime next week on bowlingitrc.com. And we'll have more information for you on bowl.com and bowlingitrc.com in the next week or so. So be on the lookout for that. Brian, anything else you want to mention about the combine?
Well, anybody who's interested, we're going to have not only at our website, the bowlingitrc.com website, but we're going to have an email address of combine@itrc.com. So, once you get onto that website, you can click on if you have any questions or need more information that you want to find out about the combine, feel free to ask.
That's combine@bowlingitrc.com?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, congratulations to Ryan Whitney and Chris Hans, who take the doubles lead at the USBC Open Championships with 14-20.
I know Chris Hans quite well.
Yeah, very good score, 14-20.
From North Carolina, South Carolina, somewhere around there, I think?
Chris is from Rocky Mount, North Carolina, and Ryan's from Richardson, Texas.
Oh, okay.
So not too far away from here.
Yeah.
I don't know if I think you guys are going out to bowl next month in Baton Rouge.
Yeah, pretty soon. That's always exciting. I get to see some friends from back on the East Coast that I usually only get to see once a year anymore. And then a few other, my doubles partner is Ron Nelson Jr., who just did very well in the Men's U.S. Open last week. So I'm sure obviously he's ready to go bowl the Open Championships. Hopefully I can do my part and keep up our end of the doubles.
Well, I just got done bowling. I just came back.
Oh, yeah, how'd you do?
I shot 573 in team, 572 in doubles, and 538 in singles.
Okay.
So they were tough. They were way tougher than last year.
Yeah.
I bowled about 100 pins less all events than last year, and that's probably about right. So they were harder for sure.
Yeah, we have the capabilities, here in the training center. That obviously the pattern's been published, so we put it out on a daily basis and allow people that are in the area to come in and have like a little themed practice session on the lanes where they can rent the lane for $25 for the hour, and we'll put out the Open Championships pattern, and that's gone over very well. A lot of it was word of mouth, the spreading around the city and the DFW area here. We actually had a gentleman come in yesterday from Vegas. He was on a big road trip, and he came into the Hall of Fame, and he just wanted to stop in and see the training center, and he was on his way to Baton Rouge. And I was like, well, we have the pattern out all across the house if you want to bowl on it. And he was like, you know what, it makes sense. He's like, I might as well, as opposed to getting off to a little bit late start of the day, but he's like, it's worth it. So he bowled on the lanes for an hour, but definitely, Lucas, I agree with your sentiment that the lanes definitely are going to seem like they're going to be a little bit lower scoring and a little bit harder. But overall, I think their scores were higher last year. I don't want to say they were high because overall, in the grand scheme of things in our sport, I would still say the scores are low. But they're higher than most years, and I think this year they're gonna go back down to a little bit of a 200 being a little bit better score as opposed to last year where maybe it was a little bit higher than that being a good score.
I had a chance to do a one-on-one lesson with Bill Hall while I was out there, and Bill has been in the venue since they got started and has been watching the pattern, and he was absolutely 100% spot on with his advice on how to play the pattern, what balls to throw. He said you need to change the surface on these balls. He said don't even throw this ball. You're not going to need it. This is the part of the lane you need to stay in, and he was 100% right. I'm not going to give away all the secrets, but I'm pretty confident that had I not had that lesson with Bill, my scores would have been way lower. Because when I first got out there and just started practicing, get warmed up to work with Bill, I was in the wrong part of the lane with the wrong ball, doing everything wrong, and after 5 minutes, he had my ball reaction improved like 100 times.
Well, that's great that we can bring somebody with the expertise of Bill Hall, obviously being a tour rep and in the bowling ball industry for an extremely long time. He knows ball motion, and he can watch each individual and really help them, like you said, get lined up, not only where to stand and where to throw the ball, but so much of today's game comes down to the surface on your bowling ball and what bowling ball you're throwing. You can be pretty close to being in the right part of the lane, but if you have that wrong nugget in your hand or that bowling ball doesn't have the right surface on it, your ball's not going to be in the right phase or the right hook phase or roll phase in the right part of the lane.
Yeah, and I had a decent amount of surface on some of my equipment, and he said you got to get that surface off there. It's way too much. You got to put some shine on some of these bowling balls, and he was right, and he was absolutely right. And it's a good thing I listened to him, because otherwise my ball reaction would have been pretty terrible, and I probably would have shot 1,500 all events or something.
Yeah, the volume's a little bit lower than it was last year, so I don't think you're going to need as much surface as last year. But
they hooked more than I thought they would, and the middle of the lane really hooks.
Yeah,
quite a bit. But they were really challenging. If you missed a little bit right, you left a 2-4-10. If you missed a little bit more right, you didn't hit the head pin. And if you missed a little bit left, you went through the face or Brooklyn. So it's a shot maker's pattern, I think.
Yeah, that 39-foot distance tends to do that. It's amazing. That's like the death pattern for me. I don't enjoy the 39-foot pattern. So hopefully game one of team event, I can just kind of hang in there until the lanes transition, and fortunately I get to bowl with, I was going to say 4 other guys, but I get to bowl with 3 other guys and my lovely bride who
just line up off her.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, it's a little bit harder, but I don't exactly throw the ball like her, not nearly as clean at the bottom. But we have 10 guys, and we generally try and break down the pattern to make sure that by game 3 we have a realistic shot at taking a chance for the lead.
Yeah, and right now the lead is only 30-88, I think, in the 5-player team event in Baton Rouge. So I'm not sure what it'll be by the time you guys get out there next month, but only a couple of teams have bowled over 3,000 so far in the tournament.
Yeah, personally, I think that's good to see. Like you said, make it a shot makers, a shot makers tournament. Make it to where you have to, hit your target, and with the same amount of revolutions and roughly the same ball speed in order to get to the pocket.
Yeah, and even though I only shot 1683 all events, I still made money in brackets because I was pretty steady with my, I didn't shoot under 172 and I didn't shoot above 209. So, it's not terrible for brackets when you can do that in that tournament, especially on a tough pattern.
And luck box, Lucas. Money goes to money, Lucas. That's how we do it here. Right?
I didn't make that much. I only made like $100, but
okay, hey, that's still good.
Still, I doubled my money in team event shooting 170, 2-0, 190. So you can't ask for anything more than that.
No, that's for sure. That's some clean living there, Lucas, as you say in the business.
Unfortunately, I gave some of it back to the casino across the street when I went to pick up my bracket money. So they got me.
That's amazing how that works out, right?
I know.
Put that money collection into the casino and.
Yeah, I've got a lot of money invested in the Bank of El Dorado out in Reno, that's for sure.
I think we all do, don't we?
Yep.
So how's things looking here through a game and a half?
Well, we've got only about a frame and a half to go on our featured pair. They're bowling quick. They're already in the 9th, and They actually had bowled a full frame before I even knew they started, because I didn't expect them to get started before the other pairs were done. But they're in a hurry to get this bowling going. And actually, I think they're bowling pretty speedy for a 5-player team event. Usually it takes college bowling an hour and 15 minutes, hour 20 minutes a game. But with only 6 teams, they're spread out.
Yeah.
It's not taking too long.
Yeah, I think the dead pairs in between sort of help that pace of play out a little bit, to where they're not waiting and giving the super lane courtesy effect.
And I can tell you, these bowlers are up to bowl immediately. Like there's no waiting. They're ready to go when it's their turn.
Yeah, that's great. They're all into it. I love college bowling with that aspect of it. They're all into it, and they care about what their teammate does just as much as they care about their own shot.
And I think the atmosphere today is probably a little more relaxed than it's going to be tomorrow, because nobody gets cut today. Everybody makes it into the bracket. The only real thing they're bowling for is the top 2 get a bye in the first round of the bracket tomorrow. And so it can be a little relaxed and looser atmosphere. And really the standings, the teams aren't that far apart. Only 111 pins separate first from last. So, but I think we'll see a team or 2 pull away as we go on through this day.
Yeah, a few of these teams have been in the facility before, whether it be for training here with us inside the training center, or whether it be bowling the Prairie View A&M tournament that we had around a month ago. So I think there's, let me look up there, I think there's 2 teams, maybe 3 teams that have not been here. So for them, just trying to get used to their surroundings. The training center definitely has some characteristics. That generally tends to play a little bit slicker surface. The Brunswick Pro-Am lane that we have is our lane surface tends to play pretty slick. So a lot of teams, it takes them a little while to get used to the amount of down lane push they end up getting after a little while. Once the back ends go away, they tend to get pretty tight down lane here relatively quickly. So that's going to be a little bit of getting used to from some of the teams that haven't participated here before.
And I tell you what, I really struggle in league here. I can't do anything. I mean, I can't carry. I can't consistently bowl big games. My average is this season. My average is 27 pins lower in this place than it is on a house shot outside of this building.
Yeah,
I just don't match up well here.
Yeah, I definitely think anybody who's bowled here can tell you that the pin carry, well, anybody except maybe Derek Oaf. I think he averages like 260 when he bowls ridiculous. Inside of here. But anybody except Derek may be able to tell you that the pin carry generally tends to be not as forgiving, let's say.
I can't tell you how many light 7s I've left in this place. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I would say, obviously the 10 pin is probably left by, the most popular leave, but next to that, the light swishing 7s or the, half pocket, rip the rack sort of 7 pins, man, they definitely seem to pop their head up here quite a bit.
Well, we're in the 10th frame now after this spare attempt by Texas Southern for Game 2. Game 2 of 5 wrapping up. And the bracket competition begins at 9:30 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. Practice will be at 9. We'll have coverage for you of that throughout the day for you here on Bowl TV. I guess if every round went 7 games, you think we'd be done probably about 6:30 or so?
Yeah, right around 6 o'clock, I'm thinking.
I don't think it'll go that late, though.
Yeah, I would say the odds of there's only going to be probably 2 matches each round. So the rounds, or the odds of having one of those 2 matches go 7 games probably isn't the best. So I would think things would move along relatively quickly and probably get done more around the 5 o'clock range. But like you said, if every round there's a match that goes 7,
it'll be late.
Yeah, it's looking at right around 6 o'clock in the evening.
But we only have 2 matches going on at a time. It's not that bad.
Yeah, but that's going to be the exciting part when it comes down to. If you're in the loser's bracket, you lose one, and then you have to bowl a few more matches to get to that championship TV show. So it'll be really exciting to see them have a little more on the line as opposed to just the seeding.
Yeah, and for a lot of these teams, they probably won't advance to the NCAA championships. They won't be selected. So this is kind of the end of the season for a lot of these teams, and they want to try to go out with a bang and get on ESPNU and represent their school on national television. And that broadcast is going to be taped on Sunday here at the ITRC. That's at 1 p.m. Central Time, I believe, and we do invite anybody who's in the DFW area to come out and watch. Shouldn't have any problem getting in to watch the taping of the TV show, and the finals will be broadcast on ESPNU March 10th at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm sure you'll be here for the finals, Brian.
Yeah, I'll be here.
Unfortunately, we won't be able to broadcast it on Bowl TV, but the professionals will come in and put on a nice broadcast that'll air March 10th. We'll have a brief recap for everybody on who won on Monday on Bowl.com. So if you want to know who won, you can find out Monday on Bowl.com, but we'll take you all the way up until we have 2 teams left.
Yeah, I think overall, this being their conference championship, they see these teams quite often, and this is definitely bragging rights. And like you said, it's going to be the last tournament for most of these teams. So to go off and to hit the off season with a bang, that's going to be something that they can take into next year and really give them motivation to not only keep improving, but maybe reach for that national championship next year.
Alabama State, Texas Southern wrapping up game 2 on our featured pair. The other teams in the field here this weekend: Alabama A&M, Prairie View A&M, Jackson State, and Southern are the 6 teams that we have competing in the SWAC championship this weekend. Alabama State is leading with 9:16 after game 1. Alabama A&M is second with 9:02. Prairie View A&M third at 8:88. And then rounding out the 6 teams, Texas Southern, and Jackson State, all pretty tightly bunched in the low 800s after one game.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, the training center, the lanes always play a little bit harder than, seems like regardless of what you put out. Like you said, you're averaging 27 pins less here than you are at your local center. So, don't let the scores fool you. The lane pattern is definitely on the challenging side. So. Well,
it's a sport pattern. It's NCAA pattern number 4, which doesn't mean a whole lot to most people, but it's 40 feet, 22 mils, and I think 2.5 to 1 ratio, something like that.
Yeah, and that 2.5 to 1 ratio inside the training center plays more like 2 to 1. So, that means it's definitely takes a good shot to get to the pocket and be able to repeat it time after time to bowl a good, consistent game.
Looks like Texas Southern is having a decent game here. They were in 4th place coming into this when they shot 827 the first game, and Texas Southern already 887 and a couple of frames to go, a couple of bowlers to go in the 10th, so they're going to get into the 900s this game, which I think anytime you get into the 900s on this pattern for a 5-player team event in this tournament, that's a good score.
Yeah, if their 4th bowler and their anchor bowler strike out, I think they'll be pretty close to 950, so that's going to be a pretty good game.
And the high 5-player team game in SWAC play this season, 1038 by Prairie View. So and that's the only team that's been plus in a single game this season. So you don't see a lot of teams get to that plus number on these tough NCAA patterns. Prairie View also has the 2nd highest game, 978, and 3rd high game this season, Alabama A&M with 972. I don't know if we're gonna see any of those numbers beat here today, but certainly a chance. We've got some good teams out there, and I don't know who's on lane 4 down there, but they've got 2 of their players had at least 4 in a row this game, so looks like it's Southern, I think.
And that's the thing, when the lanes start to change, when you start dealing with 5-person team games, the lanes can change so fast that by the time when you get up to throw a shot in the 2nd frame, by the time you get back to that lane in the 4th frame, you've had lots of shots thrown down the lane. So, this is where teams working together and great communication within the team really helps so that you can try and stay ahead of those moves. So you don't throw a good shot and end up going high and leaving a big, nasty split. when, it might not even have been your shot repeatability. It was just that the lane has broken down so much since the last time you were there. So this is really where the great coaching and, the good team communication between the players really helps out when you start dealing with, the 5-person team games.
We'll take a look at the scoreboard for you for this is Alabama State. 210, 151, 131, 175. Here's the final shot. Danielle Walker. It's an open frame in the 10th for her. And 154. They shoot 821. And we'll slide over and take a look at the scoreboard for Texas Southern. You can see 167, 189, 179. And here's the final shot for the number 4 bowler. She strikes out for 215.
Yeah, so a double in the 10th here, and they get to that 950 number, and that's, like you said, that's going to be a nice big score for them.
Might be the high score of the day so far.
Yep.
And Texas Southern comes into this tournament with just a 14-14 record, 4-8 in the SWAC, so kind of a middle-of-the-pack team. And so I have a feeling this is a really solid game for them.
Oh yeah, if you look up at the scoreboard, I know you showed it quickly, but the thing that really sticks out to me is, all the spares. They're not giving frames away by missing easy spares. Keep the ball in play. Don't give the pocket away. Leave something that you can make, and you're always going to have a chance to, at least bowl 170, 180, and not really bowl those. You want to try and stay away from the 140 games, 130 games.
Well, if you look at the number 4 and number 5 bowlers, they both have clean games, which is, I've always said that if I ever were the coach of an NCAA program, spare shooting would be the number 1 thing that my team worked on every day because these patterns are tough and you got to make spares. And if you just make your spares, you'll be in it for sure.
Well, our colleague here, Miss Kim Terrell-Kearney, I know she definitely prided herself on not only her spare shooting, but when she coached at Delaware State University, she had your sentiment that that's what they worked on all the time, and if you can make your spares, you always have a chance to be in the match.
Yeah, especially on these tough sport patterns, because you're not necessarily going to throw a lot of doubles, and you can't give away the pins by missing spares. So if you can just bowl clean games like Texas Southern, 1, 2, 3, 4 opens, 5 opens this game.
Yeah, and that's great.
That's great for a 5-player team event game.
And that's going back to the combine a little bit. That's why we really put such an emphasis on spare shooting, because like you said, Lucas, at this level you're not bowling on house shots, so you're going to be able to need to make spares in order to, you're not going to hit the pocket 9 or 10 times a game. You're going to be able to be a proficient spare shooter. So the more that we can track and the more that we can really give to the coaches in terms of how these players shoot spares, the better off not only are the players going to learn what spares they possibly need to practice on, but the coaches are going to know where these players fit. Somebody can throw the ball beautifully, their strike ball, but if they get up there and can't really make their spares all that often, that may be something that they really need to work on before getting to the next level.
Well, while we're between games here, getting ready to start the 3rd game, we're going to take a commercial break. Brian, thanks for sitting in for a while. Appreciate it.
Lucas, thanks for having me.
We are going to head to break and back in just a couple of minutes here live on Bowl TV with continuing coverage of the SWAC Championship from the International Training and Research Center.
Bowl TV has a new address. All of the video features, coaching tips, and live events you've been watching for years are still available on bowl.com, but now there's a new YouTube home for all things bowling. Bowl TV has its own channel, and it's so easy to find. YouTube.com/BowlTV. That's it. And you never know what you'll see. If you've previously been following us on the Grow the Sport channel, it will still be there, but very soon all new videos will only be available on the Bowl TV channel. So please take the time to subscribe today. That way you'll be among the first to know as soon as a new video is posted or a live event gets underway. There are big things happening on Bowl TV. Don't miss a minute. Click on subscribe and let the good times roll.
The United States Bowling Congress is shaping the future of bowling, helping kids learn the sport the right way and awarding thousands of scholarships every year. USBC supports Special Olympics and America's best when they go for the gold as the home and heart of Team USA. We're reaching for new heights in research, raising the bar with spectacular national tournaments, and have raised millions of dollars to help fight cancer and support veterans. Visit bowl.com to learn more.
Are you a VIP? Now, for the first time, the USBC Open Championships can hook you up big time.
What we tried to do with the VIP program was not only give the VIP that extra boost in the experience that he's going to receive, but he's going to sort of get thrown to the front of the line every time he comes up. Whether it's at registration, he'll be able to go immediately pie the registration lines to information, where he'll be shuttled back to a VIP room, serve some beverages, given an individualized check-in experience. From there, he will have an opportunity to get a private sort of behind-the-scenes tour, if you will, into what goes into the Open Championships, from build to the scoreboards, to some of the things that the regular bowlers never get to see.
It's a lot quicker, obviously. It just gives you more time to enjoy everything else and not have to know that you have to wait in line.
It doesn't end at check-in. Your VIP experience also gets you discounts at Bowling Ball Express and the USBC Sports Store. You get access to special VIP lockers, a photography package, tickets to attend TV shows at the Masters and Queens, a membership card, and a special VIP shirt, which you can wear on the showcase lanes, where you'll enjoy a private lesson with USBC Silver Coach Bill Hall.
It's a good idea because you get to practice on the oil pattern that you're going to be playing on. Not only that, you'll get a little bit of assistance on how to play that oil pattern, with how to break it down, what to expect when it breaks down, and the equipment to use for your particular style of play.
The tips you gave me have made me to change my equipment to suit the lane condition. With this little bit of training, you will have a greater chance of getting a good score.
Trying to land the ball on a target. Think of a bow and arrow. Land it through it, not on it.
Bill was a very good coach. Showed me a lot of things that I really didn't think about before. So it actually, hopefully it's going to work out to my benefit.
It couldn't be easier to claim your VIP status. Go to bowl.com/VIP to get started. The staff here in Baton Rouge is excited to get you going.
You just can't wait to see the reactions on those guys' faces. I mean, that's what you really want to see. When the people come in here, everybody has a different sort of wow expression, or they've never done that before expression, and that's just big time payback to all of us that have been involved in the process.
In 2012, the Women's Championships returns to the most prestigious venue in the sport, the National Bowling Stadium in Reno, Nevada. Bowlers are headed back west in 2012, and they will find plenty of off-the-lanes fun in the city of Reno. Downtown Reno has a new sports and entertainment development next to the bowling stadium. If you bowl early in the year, enjoy some of the best skiing in the country. In the spring and summer, Lake Tahoe provides a breathtaking outdoor escape, and championship golf courses are just minutes away. The Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Bureau, Reno area hotels, and USBC Travel will be there to make sure your team's trip to Reno is a memorable one. And with an expected prize fund of more than $2 million, there's plenty of ways for you to cash in on the lanes. Visit the Women's Championships page of bowl.com and reserve your spot.
Hey,
bottom of his sweat.
Oh, yeah. Lucas won't care. I was at the airport for like half an hour.
What happened? Was the
My
weather?
flight was no, it was weird. The weather, I took Spirit Airlines for the first time. The weather in Florida.
Can you put the...
Yeah, I put it in the weather in Florida. The flight was 2.5 hours late.
We need
wow.
napkins.
Yeah, he went to get some.
Maddie. Why do you think I'm eating over here?
On the seat.
I'd rather fall on the carpet than on the floor that we walk on. Pineapples are my weakness.
If I eat too many of them, they'll like make my tongue raw.
Yes.
Not good. I'm positive.
Fruit things are really good.
My sister lives here. She had to work the flight. Then they ride before
Left turn? Yeah. Left turn? There's a video that using the robot. Polish, they threw it, and it's strike. They took it to the 4,000, it's strike. They took it to 2,000, this, that, that thing's accurate. That's not working. Okay, they took it down to like 180. Like, it looked like sandpaper. They threw it, it's like, wagga, 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 wagga. That accurate anyway. The ball made like 4 revolutions.
watching our live coverage of the SWAC Championship here on Bowl TV, live from the International Training and Research Center. Game 3 now underway, 3 of 5. Got Alabama, A&M, and Southern on the featured pair, lanes 7 and 8 here at the ITRC for game number 3. Standings for game number 2 should be coming in just a few minutes. We'll let you know as soon as we have them. And again, 3 more games to go today for these 6 teams in the SWAC Championship. 5 games today will seed them into the bracket tomorrow. The top 2 teams will get a bye in that double elimination Baker bracket. So as soon as we have the standings, after game 2, we'll be back with you and let you know where these teams stand.
See that? We never would get that. Ready? Oh yeah, I'm gonna take your word on that. I'm gonna take your word on that.
Same as a 9 spare. Same as a 9 spare. What'd you say, pretend it's a 9 spare? It's the same as a 9 spare. Oh. So in reality, she just, soft 10. That's all it was, soft 10. I want some. I'll create a diversion. Place to have it if you're gonna have it. In the beginning, it's the best place to have it if you're gonna have it. pull their thumb.
Seriously. Tomorrow. Like tomorrow, I with all the tape I got on it, my ball will probably go right back.
Big number last week. Boom. We did. Compared to all the other scores, it's a pretty big number. Keep shooting up. Come on, girls. Move a board left. Stay in it. We're up 37. Wow.
Enjoy that.
I gotta say, that's hard to do in here, too. Like, carry that kind of thing, it's hard to do.
You bring any other school in here, I promise you that won't fall.
Finally, like, threw it good, and then it went.
Well, that's the first one you've actually had an area check on that carry. That's the first one you kept it correct.
Watching our live coverage of the Southwestern Athletic Conference Championship here on Bowl TV. Alabama A&M and Southern on the featured pair this game. And right after this shot, we'll give you a look at the standings after 2 games. Let's see, Alabama A&M in the lead at 1878. Prairie View A&M is second, 1841. Texas Southern third at 1790, so they move up a spot. Jackson State in fourth at 1759. Alabama State fifth at 1737. And Southern in sixth place at 1651. Again, the top 2 teams will earn a bye for the bracket tomorrow. And the other 4 teams will bowl in the first round of the bracket competition tomorrow morning. Right here live on Bowl TV at 9:30 a.m. Central Time, so 10:30 out east is when we will begin tomorrow morning with bracket coverage here. And again, there is no cut today. Everybody makes it into the bracket for tomorrow's competition, and the top 2 teams left in the bracket after tomorrow will bowl on national television Sunday, and that'll be on ESPNU March 10th at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We won't have live coverage for you of the finals on Bowl TV, but you will be able to watch it on March 10th on ESPNU. We are in the 4th frame of game number 3. There's a look at the scoreboard for Southern so far this game. And the scoreboard for Alabama A&M as Adeline Pointer is up in the 4th to wrap up this frame for Alabama A&M, and she leaves the 6-10. For those of you just tuning in, here's a look at the standings after 2 games. Alabama A&M in the lead. Prairie View A&M second. Texas Southern third. Jackson State, Alabama State, Southern round out the field. We are in the 5th frame of game number 3, so we're about the halfway point of the day. Look at the scoreboard for Alabama A&M here in the 5th frame. And a look at the scoreboard for Southern. 6 frames now in the books here on our featured pair. As we gear up for the 7th frame, a look at the scoreboard. That's the scoreboard for Southern after 6 frames. And we'll slide over and take a look at the scoreboard for Alabama A&M. And here's the standings after 2 games. Alabama A&M in the lead by 37 pins over Prairie View A&M. This is game 3 of 5 here at the SWAC Championship. We are setting the seedings for tomorrow's match play bracket, and that will take place starting at 9:30 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning right here on Bowl TV with the opening round. Top 2 teams in the standings will have a bye. We are in the middle of the 8th frame here of game number 3. Give you a scoreboard look in just a moment after the shot from Adeline Pointer. There's a look at the scoreboard for Alabama A&M. You can see they're putting together a pretty good game with the exception of Pointer, who struggled a little bit here this game. Only 78 in the 6th for the Junior Team USA member. And a look at the scoreboard for Southern. A little hard to tell with that pin guide up there, but get an idea of how they're doing here in game 3. And once again, for those of you just tuning in, that's a look at the standings after 2 games. Alabama A&M in the lead, Prairie View A&M in second. 10th frame in progress on our featured pair. There's a look at the scoreboard for Alabama A&M. That's Trishelle Ford with the 8 count there. She's going to be having a really good game here. Started with 3 open frames in a row, as you can see there. Bowler B on lane 8, but strung together 6 strikes in a row before that 8 count, so that'll rebound the game nicely for her here and put her in the 2 teams. Just wrapping up our third game here. We'll give you a look at the scoreboards as these teams finish up. Looks like Alabama A&M gonna cross the 1,000 threshold here if Pointer can get 8 on the fill. Southern is done. They shoot 870 in game 3. Look at the scoreboard for them. 185, 127, 154, 233, and 171 for 870 for Southern. Look at the scoreboard for Alabama A&M, 197, 213, 225, 222. They bring the sub in for the final shot. She gets 9, so they shoot 1,001. A very nice game for Alabama A&M. So we wait for the start of game number 4 now here at the ITRC. Shouldn't be long. The other teams are just finishing up, and then we'll get started with game 4 in just a couple of minutes. So for Game 4, we have Alabama A&M staying on the pair and Jackson State moving in on this pair as well. Alabama A&M in the red or burgundy jerseys, and Jackson State in the blue as we get underway with Game 4 of 5 here at the SWAC Championship. Once we have results after Game 3, we'll bring those to you right away. You're watching our live coverage of the SWAC Championship here on Bowl TV, and we do have standings for you after Game 3. Alabama A&M still in the lead at 28-79. Prairie View A&M still in second place, 27-43. Texas Southern third at 27-01. Alabama State fourth. Jackson State in fifth. And Southern in sixth place. And a look at the scoreboard for our teams on our featured pair this game. That is the scoreboard for Alabama A&M, as they have 3 frames completed here in game number 4 of 5. And we'll send you over to the scoreboard for Jackson State now, as they also have completed 3 frames here in game number 4. Fifth frame of game number 4 just wrapping up here on the featured pair, Jackson State and Alabama A&M. We'll give you a look at the scoreboard after this shot. Let you know how these two teams are doing at the halfway point of the second to last game. Just tuning in, you're watching the SWAC Championship. We're at the International Training and Research Center here in Arlington, Texas. A look at the scoreboard for Jackson State this game as we reach the halfway point. I'll slide over and take a look at Alabama A&M scoreboard. And for those of you just tuning in, Alabama A&M is leading in the standings after 3 games with 28-79. Prairie View A&M in second place, Texas Southern third, Alabama State fourth, Jackson State fifth, and Southern in 6th place. Again, only 6 teams here in the SWAC Championships. So a side look from the ITRC here in Arlington, Texas. So take a look at Rashia Iro up for Jackson State. It's an open frame for her. Give you another update on the scores for this pair as they finish a couple of more frames here. Thanks for tuning in. Again, live streaming continues tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. Central Time with the start of bracket competition. So be sure to tune in for that, 9:30 a.m. Central Time right here on Bowl TV for the beginning of the double elimination Baker bracket from the SWAC Championship. You're watching our live coverage of the SWAC Championship from the International Training and Research Center here in Arlington, Texas. Lucas Wiseman here with you for our coverage today. We're in game 4 of 5, so just about a game and 2 frames to go. And then we will know our seedings for the bracket play tomorrow, and then we'll get underway 9:30 a.m. Central Time. As the players finish up this 8th frame, we will give you a look at the scoreboard for each team. And looks like Jackson State going to finish up first here in the 8th frame, so we'll flip up to the scoreboard for them. As you can take a look through 8 frames how they are doing. We're now over to Alabama A&M through 8 frames of game number 4. Just wrapping up the 9th frame in our 4th game. Take a look at each of the scoreboards for you here as we head into the 10th. That is a look at the scoreboard for Jackson State. As they enter the 10th frame, 3 doubles on the board for Jackson State. And the scores for Alabama A&M as they enter the 10th frame. Only 1 double on the board for them. They shot over 1,000 on this pair last game and not quite going to get there this time around. So game 4 has completed. Here's a look at the scoreboard for Jackson State as they shoot 8:59. 166, 141, 197, 181, and 174. And we'll move over to Alabama A&M scoreboard. 182, 145, 163, 204, and 213 for 907 for Alabama A&M as we gear up for our final game of the day here at the SWAC Championship. Final game is underway, and we'll let you know when we have the standings in after 4 games. And this game, we've got Alabama A&M again for the 3rd straight game on the featured pair, and Alabama State also on the featured pair this game. So once we have the standings after 4 games, we'll let you know, as we are just in the final game here of our opening day at the SWAC Championship here at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas.
shot got in her head.
We're in the final game of the day here at the SWAC Championship. A look at your standings after 4 games. Alabama A&M still in the lead. About 132-pin lead on Prairie View A&M, who's in second. Texas Southern in third. Southern has moved up to fourth. Jackson State in fifth. And Alabama State in sixth place. As we are in the final game here at the SWAC Championship for the day. After these 5 games, the teams are seeded into the double elimination Baker match play bracket coming up tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. Central Time, right here on Bowl TV, so be sure to tune in for that. We're in the third frame of our final game of the day here at the SWAC Championship. A look at the scoreboard for Alabama State as they all strike in the third frame. And they're at Gerbola with 3 in a row to start this game, and we'll shift over and take a look at Alabama A&M's scoreboard after 3 frames. A couple of strikes in the third for Alabama A&M as we head into the 4th frame now here on Bull TV. Danielle Walker up for Alabama State with the front four. And leaves the 3-pin standing as they're wrapping up the 5th frame. That's a look at the scoreboard for Alabama A&M. As they are done with 5 frames halfway through this final game. And the scoreboard for Alabama State. watching the SWAC Championship here live on Bowl TV as we are just wrapping up the 7th frame. A look at the scoreboard for Alabama State as they are through 7 frames. And we'll give you a look at the scoreboard for Alabama A&M right after this shot. Open frame for Camille Collins. And a look at the scoreboard for Alabama A&M with just 3 frames to go here today in the SWAC Championship. coming to a close here, our final game of the day at the SWAC Championships. And we'll give you a look at the scoreboard here for Alabama State as they are wrapping up their final game. And we'll slide over, take a look at Alabama A&M as they are still in the number 4 position here in this final frame of the day. Adeline Pointer for Alabama A&M with the 6'10". Danielle Walker up for Alabama State. She can still get in the 240s this game as we wrap things up. Final shot of the day coming up for Alabama State. Games for Alabama State this game: 176, 161, 133, 159. And here's our final shot. It's a 7 count, 243, and 872 for Alabama State. For Alabama A&M, you can see games of 202, 154, 217, and 174. Their anchor bowler can strike out for 170. And here's Collins, and she leaves the 6'10". Appreciate everybody joining us for the broadcast today. We'll be back with you again tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. Central Time, with the start of match play here at the SWAC Championship, so be sure to tune in for that. Spare is good, so we'll have one more shot before we wrap up the day, and that's going to put Alabama A&M at 9:07 if she strikes here on the fill ball. And that'll do it. A 7 count on the fill for 9:04 for Alabama A&M. Appreciate everybody joining us here today. Back again tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Central Time right here on Bowl TV. Have a good night, everybody.